I'll be honest with you, these conferences have changed so much since I first started doing the UN things. Used to be very male, very certain age, certain type, and women have driven so much change in the world of tourism in the last 20 years. Their presence at events like this, on panels, hopefully more and more in charge of government departments, UN, tourism departments, and also in the private sector. But that will be a fantastic session, and that's this afternoon, so please come for that. But we're going to start with something. Oh, before I say anything else, I've been requested. Could you please come forward to the front? This is from the people who work here. They want you to move forward. Now, I know it's difficult because you've just got yourself into a lovely place and you like being at the back where you can get towards the door. But I'm going to make you a special request. For those of you who are towards the back, please come forward a little bit. This is for respect to the panelists, to the speakers, so that we all feel we're all part of the same thing. Thank you so much. That's brilliant. Thank you. I'll give you a little second to do that. And the first session, actually, is very interactive. So it's good that you are nearer the front. This is something that Sandra Cavall has been doing, she told me, for a little while now. I'm intrigued to see what happens. But it's basically looking at sharing is caring. Basically, all the participants here will be encouraged to engage in a conversation via a live survey on Mentimeter. Is that how you pronounce it? Mentimeter. Contributing their views on the challenges and opportunities for African gastronomy tourism. But you know what? You don't want to hear it from me. Let's hear it from the person herself. Sandra Cavall, Director, Market Intelligence, Policies and Competitiveness, UN Tourism. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. As Rajan said, it's great to see you all. Thank you, and a big applause to our Tanzanian hosts for last night. Let's give that round of applause for the great food we had and the great experience discovering local gastronomy. And well done. I think the integration of music and food was perfect. We look forward for tonight. And I'm sure there was a lot of opportunities as well to network, which is part of our objective with this event. So this morning, what we're going to do is, I always say, we're doing survey for free here. So we're taking advantage of the fact that you are the experts at the end of the day. You're the ones working in the sector. And we want to hear from you what are the challenges that you have. We want to know more where you see this movement, as I call it, of African tourism gastronomy moving forward. So what I'm going to ask you to do is what generally we don't ask people to do in conferences, is pick up your mobile phones. We generally say, don't look at the mobile phone, look at me. No. Now you can pick up your mobile phones. And what we were going to ask you is to share with us your ideas about African gastronomy and tourism. So if I can have the next slide, I would ask you to go in your mobile phones to a website called www.menti.com, or you can use the QR code in the screen if that is working. So we'll give you a little bit of a moment to enter the menti.com so that we are all inside and ready to vote. It's online. Yes. Very well reminded. Those who are following us online, you're happy to do it as well. That's the advantages of technology today and the world connected. As long as you enter www.menti.com and then you enter the code 22046889. Can I see a show of hands who has entered already? Okay, so many of you are still trying. Let's give it a little bit of a moment. I'll repeat the code. It's 22046889 so that we can all be in before we kick off. And okay, are we in Menti.com? Hands again up. Okay. So I think we see how we go in terms of, okay, so next. So the first thing I wanted to do is, in marketing, when we try to do branding and we try to find that unique proposition and we try to find one word that actually can describe African gastronomy. So for you, what would be that word if you had to choose it? So you can go to your phone, you'll have a space to put your word. And here, exotic, very good. Comfort food, that's good. Wonderful, organic, come to the discussion of yesterday in terms of how the nutritious component and healthy component of the food in Africa, home. Diverse, colorful, very good. Colorful is very, very, very interesting word for gastronomy. Also, yesterday we were talking about Moroccan gastronomy and the spices and the colorfulness of it. Diverse, very important. It's not one gastronomy, as someone said yesterday. It's a mosaic of gastronomies. Diverse is still winning. Home, diverse, very good, wonderful, colorful, diverse, healthy. So I think if we had to do a branding exercise for African gastronomy, we would have already a lot of our keywords there, a lot of the anchors in which we can communicate. And as you can see, diverse, healthy, authentic, organic. So when you think about how you talk about African gastronomy, there's already some keywords there that are very powerful and can resonate very strongly in the minds of consumers, particularly today. So I think we almost have 200 answers, so I think I like the future. The future is good. It's also very interesting because if you think of the future, yesterday we were discussing about resilience of crops, and that connects with our future. If we want to really have working towards a resilient and sustainable future, working on the capacity of taking advantage of many of the products that are not currently being valued. So a lot of ideas there. So next, I want to ask you a very simple thing. But as we say that most of the people don't know very much about African gastronomy, for those who are watching us online and are not from the continent, it's the opportunity to learn more and also to see around the room. So what's your favorite dish? Let's see. Chips mahai, ugali, couscous, jollof rice, pilau. Chips mahai are definitely chapatis in a good position. Couscous as well. Nyama choma. Fufu. Oh my God, a lot of foods I don't know, huh? So a lot to discover. Nyama choma is in a ugali, definitely. Apparently a big, big winner. Pilau as well. Chapati. Okay, fufu. Ugali, very strongly. Nyama choma as well. Okay, so I think we have probably 3 winners: ugali, nyama choma, chapati. So we know where your taste is going, and now we all have to know more about those. And I'm sure people will be very interesting to know more about. So let's continue and let's delve a little bit into our topics. So one of the things we try to understand is also as we move forward in this work in gastronomy tourism in Africa is what are the priorities on the ground. So we repeat this exercise in our conferences to understand from everyone where would it make sense to go. So national strategy, is your priority to go towards creating a national strategy? Is your priority communicating and doing more branding? Education and training, which we're going to talk afterwards. Is it your priority to invest more in the educational component. Supporting chefs, we heard yesterday how important it is to give them not only visibility, but capacity to grow and put them at the forefront. Product development is also a very important point. The producers are there, the product is there, the food processors are there, the restaurants, but how do we transform this into an experience that can be then put into the tourism value chain? So we currently have education and training as one priority. I think that's very clear. It's one of the challenges that comes most often in our forums. How do we attract people to work in the sector? How do you train them? How do you keep them? And then in the second place, we have branding and communication. I think this is something that came out yesterday very strongly as well. There's a lot of potential, but how do we communicate it better? And product development. So I think it's also very informative for us as we move forward for the next conference and the next initiatives in this area, to know that the focus is on education and training, product development, and branding and communication. So we'll be happy to know that this afternoon we'll be talking a little bit about branding and communication, and also that next to this we will be discussing education and training. So next, we will want to ask you, in your own work, what would be your main priority in terms of gastronomy tourism? So we've seen the big challenges, but if you think about your own work, what do you see as, if I had to choose my main priority, what would that be? Again, education, sharing knowledge, very important, because there's a lot of good things happening, and learning from each other and replicating what works and avoiding what doesn't work is also essential. Product development again, so I think we have a clear path towards that. Awareness, which is very connected to the priorities and the challenges of communication, and development, marketing, training, branding and communication again, value added, product development coming up, centers of excellence, which very connected to product development, but also education, support, collaboration, marketing, branding and communication. So I think it's very clear actually that we have three big areas to work and to continue reinforcing: education and training, sharing knowledge and creating spaces for more pilots among different countries, communication, and product development. So I think we have also our topics for the next African Gastronomy Conference very well defined there. Perfect. So we continue forward, and we want to know what are your main challenges, which might be very in line with your priorities. But think that if your priority is communication, what is your challenge to implement it? If your priority is education, what is your barriers to advance education? Funding, lack of awareness, mindset change, that's very interesting. Budget, so funding and budget, very aligned. Money, that's clear. Lack of funds. Curricula, so the development of curricula that can be adjusted to the needs of the market. Very lack of awareness. Skilled personnel, so that's also connected to education. So obviously, education and skills development, vocational training, training on the job is an essential point of it. I like the mindset change. We'll need to dwell into what that would mean. But it's interesting to think about the mindset, and we hope that the more we talk about it and the more we bring people together, that mindset can change as well. So I think it's very clear as well, and it reinforces what we said. So education, definitely. Funding, so it's also another issue. How do we create innovative funding mechanisms for some of these initiatives, but also for infrastructure, for education, and for many other. Perfect. So we'll continue, and next what we want to know is if we go a little bit deeper into some of the issues that we've been discussing, and we saw that developing a national strategy and policy was one of the challenges. What would be one word that you would choose in terms of policy? Implementation, very good. So sometimes the policy is there, the document is there, but then the implementation is how the major barrier to it. Access to capital, so again, funding. But implementation definitely seems to be the biggest challenge, which is also very much connected to some of the others like collaboration, education, skills, because the implementation requires that the systems are there and that they're skilled teams to be able to implement and to monitor the implementation. Access to capital again, human resources, so again, the education component, strategic goal, to actually put it as a strategic goal, so time limit, that's also very interesting. We are overwhelmed with too many things, too many objectives, and sometimes the strategy is there, but we all know how the day-to-day comes. But it's important to have that vision. Perfect. Next, we will want to dwell a little bit more into communication. We know it's a priority, but what would be one word to describe your biggest challenge in terms of communication? And I'm sure some things like funding will come out. Language barriers, that's very interesting. I didn't think about that. So today with AI, there's definitely a very good opportunity to use technology to overcome some of this, which before was a big challenge to have trained people. But this is an interesting discussion, maybe in the next forum, how to use AI in many of the processes that we can improve. So language, interesting how language is a big challenge. So definitely to consider how can we improve the capacity to communicate in other languages. How to communicate effectively, packaging, very important, we talked about yesterday as well, and that comes in product development. How do you package the experience? How do you bring the storytelling behind it? Pride, that's interesting as well. Communication skills, again, the education component. The mindset, that's interesting as well, talking about being proud of what you have and communicating it. Lack of networking spaces, right audience to identify, very good. Capacity gap, again, skills. So yeah, I think we have it clear on where we need to focus when it comes to communication. So next we're going to dwell a little bit more into the issue of education and talent, which we're going to discuss next. So if you had to think about what is your biggest challenge when you come to education and talent, what would that be? Either you're a tour operator, you're dealing with destination management, funding, I think that's one that is cross-cutting, training institutions, so developing more training institutions in the countries, resources, very connected to funding, outdated facilities, that's interesting, how to upgrade, they need to invest in updating facilities, communication, not a strategic point, that's interesting, funding to study again, not only funding, I understand, to develop education, but also how do you support those who want to study? That's one point that I think we hadn't touched upon yet, but is very critical as well. Outdated curricula, so I think there's an opportunity there to work, and our executive director mentioned yesterday our work in education, so I think this is something we can also collaborate. Lack of passion, well, that you hardly can address. Resources and again funding. So next, I think the last point is on product development, which we discussed as also a priority. So if you thought about the process of developing that product and that experience, what would be racism? Interesting. Capital, again, funding, infrastructure, knowledge, so how to build an experience that is according to what the consumer would look like, but at the same time that the community is put at the center and that both meet in a way that is beneficial to the community first and the people that visit afterwards. Capital, again, creativity, very interesting. How to be creative in new products. Knowledge, very central to the issue. So I think we will definitely move forward in our agenda to work more on knowledge creation and sharing in terms of experiences building. If you're a farmer, for example, how can you develop an experience for a visitor? Funding, creativity, and knowledge, I think, are very, very at the top of the agenda. So if we go next, I think we have a last question for you to guide us as well and to see how we continue working together, which is what kind of actions would you like to see happening in terms of the future of our collaboration and the collaboration among all the stakeholders in action. So more chefs networking spaces, interesting, inclusivity, knowledge repository, I'll take that idea back. Scholarships, so yesterday UN Tourism gave already some scholarships, so definitely to continue. Connections, very much the networking, coordination, budget allocation. Lobby for mandatory training in Tanzania. Consistency, increased coordination, private sector engagement, very important. And I think this is something that we need to bring more, how the private sector at the end of the day implements this and can move the agenda forward. Talk to other stakeholders, budget allocation. I think we have 42 answers. I don't know if we can move forward or if it will. Inclusivity, connection. Perfect. So I think we have definitely a lot of topics and priorities defined by you, who in the end are the most important part of the process in the agenda. I'm sure some of them resonate back home as well. So I hope that the exercise was useful for you. And for us, it gives us strategic guidance to move forward. So thank you very much. Big applause to you. Thank you for participation. And we look forward to continue the conversation on one of the biggest topics.
Yes, and to conduct that conversation, we have Sandra Val again. It's like a little link in the middle of a TV show, isn't it? Just to explain, this session will examine the role of education in fostering excellence in African gastronomy and hospitality, focusing on collaboration between institutions, chefs, and destination managers. Now, I think we have a couple of French speakers on the panel. No, I think maybe not. I think Chef Gervais, possibly. But if you do need English or French translation, don't forget the headsets are behind at the back there. So please get them for the next. And also, I think the presentation afterwards is going to be in French. Okay, Sandra, all yours.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope you don't get too much of me on stage, but the idea was to continue the conversation on one of the biggest challenges that we've seen. And I'm very happy that we have a very good representativeness from the continent in terms of different institutions and countries. So without any further delay, I would ask to join me on stage Mr. Peter Mwindi, who's the Director of Academic Affairs at the Kenya Utalii College. Please, sir. Very welcome if you can take the first chair. Welcome and to join us. We also have with us Chef de Ville Malongo, who you saw yesterday signing an MOU with our Secretary General, who's doing a great job in bringing that networking of chefs together and working forward. And I don't know if we'll do it in English or in French. Perfect. English is good. And then we also have with us Mary Maduhu, who's the academic manager at the National College of Tourism here in Tanzania. So Mary, welcome to the panel, and very happy to have you with us. We also have from Zambia, Anne Kahoma. She's the Executive Director of the Zambia Institute for Tourism and Hospitality Studies. Very warm welcome to Anne, who will join us and share some of Zambia's experience. And finally, from Zimbabwe, we welcome Mr. Paul Mapfumo, who's the Vice Chancellor of the University of Zimbabwe. Very good morning, sir, and welcome. So I will move to the center. Hello? Yes, now it's working. So a very good morning, and actually we saw very clearly where the priorities are. So we know how important education and skills are, and I think a lot of the challenges that came up there, as well as probably some of the challenges that you yourself face in your own work, including funding, including facilities development, curricula. So I would start to ask all of you, because we've seen how the curricula and the funding is. What are the needs in terms of skills? Because we talk about education and skills development, but what kind of skills and what kind of training is necessary? Where is the focus that should be at the center of those skills development? So I will actually start with our colleague from Zimbabwe, where we were last year, and we're developing our academy. So Mr. Paul Mafundo, who works in the University of Zimbabwe as Vice Chancellor. So where are the skills gap? What does need to be done?
Thank you very much for that question. And I want to say to colleagues, good morning, and to all the participants, good morning. Thank you very much for welcoming us warmly to this very special venue in Arusha. First, I just want to say gastronomy tourism offers the future for advancing new tourism products for Africa. Very unique, but yet very diverse. So I think that we should realize that what this means in terms of education is developing a whole new discipline and developing a whole new range of subjects that provide identity, that bring together the cultures, and that also promote Africa as a tourism destination. And this will then entail building the interconnectedness of the various levels of education and training, from universities to TVET institutions, to primary and secondary schools, and to what I call professors of practice, which are the many people that have the knowledge, that have the skills, which are normally not shared in the formal education streams currently. If we bring that interconnectedness, we are opening a whole new innovation space. This will then demand that we change our curriculum for these institutions. There has to be a deliberate, radical transformation. We have seen that in Zimbabwe, we have done that in Zimbabwe, and it has worked. That's what brings us here. We do need to create opportunities for advancing gastronomy, for advancing gastronomy tourism. So it requires a whole new set of institutions that are supported financially, politically, and also in terms of concept, academically. Then we also realize that what we lack is usually the data. We don't have content. The intention is clear, but the content is not there. So the research and innovation systems and policy frameworks should be put in place with the right type of programming and funding to support generation of new types of data and new type of evidence. And when we talk traditional, in Africa, often when we talk about tradition, sometimes it's misconstrued to mean backward. These are the things that we have already now run away from. But that's not it. I think we should be able to advance, make it very sophisticated, build those values, build those cultures in the context of science, technology, and innovation. It helped other countries advance. It can also help us advance our tourism, our gastronomy. And that's where we can then have new skills in the culinary, new skills in gastronomy itself, new skills in food science and engineering, new skills in ICTs, and new skills in tourism management itself. Destination managers should be part of that continuum, and they should receive a different type of training. The chefs, they should be recognized, certificated. They should be, the certification process should change as part of that change process. So that they, as professors of practice, if they say, I'm a chef, I can do couscous, people say, give us the papers that show that you are a practitioner, an expert in this area. And they should be able to produce, given or awarded by our own educational institutions. Make the primary and secondary children identify with that emerging culture, which is also dynamic. Thank you.
Thank you very much for bringing those points. I think they're great pointers to the way forward, particularly where you mentioned the need to have more content in this specific area, which is growing now, to engage destination managers to understand it, and also to recognize the experience of people who might not have gone through formal education, but actually have that skill developed through their own work. And very important to bring people from outside the education and become their own professors. Thank you for that, Mr. Mafonso. And now in Zambia, with our friend here, Anne, where is the gap? What is needed?
Thank you. Again, I'd like to say thank you for having us and for welcoming us to Tanzania. We are grateful to be here. So as we like to actually add on to what my colleague here has indicated, gastronomy tourism is no longer just simply about eating food or eating it well or enjoying it, but it's really about experiencing the culture through cuisine. So we are trying to position gastronomy tourism in Africa as a key tourism driver. So for us to succeed in that space, our culinary and hospitality graduates that we have in our institutions must be equipped with multi-dimensional skill sets that just go far beyond the kitchen. So we know that technical skills like, the knife works, the presentation, food presentation itself, we know that, food safety and whatnot, those are now becoming just entry-level skills, and they are not providing the competitive edge. So to delve deep into these skills and training that is needed, for example, local ingredient knowledge. Do our students understand the knowledge, the ingredients that are needed, which are indigenous themselves? Because we are trying to position African gastronomy as a key tourism driver. So we go to how these grains are collected, the spices, the fermentation itself, preservation methods. Do our students know that? Do our graduates know that? So these are some of the things that should be included in the training modules. Aspects of nutrition awareness. Do our graduates know that? I know that when we were growing up, we learned from our grandmothers, from our mothers, but now the family structure is changing, so this knowledge is not being passed down any longer. We have more and more grandmothers and mothers in the workspace now, spending very little time with their children. But that doesn't mean that we lose it all together. But we have to put deliberate efforts as parents to spend time with our children, to teach them this knowledge that we learned over the weekend. That works. Other things that we know have already been talked about is that the modern traveler now seeks immersion. They want the storytelling. They want the story-rich dining. They want to understand the whole food itself. Where is it coming from? What's the story behind that? Our students need to know that knowledge. They need to understand that the ambience itself, the design, the music last night, everybody's talking about last night, and the music and the food that was there. So all of that experience comes in together. So the decor itself, so what we saw in the past was that we were focused more on just the skills and the like. But now we have to create this value. We have to add on value, and the value creation itself makes it even much more rich. So interactive experiences, such as cooking with the chef, those are things that a lot of our students are so used to being in the back end, in the kitchen, just cooking, but we need to bring them to the front now. When we bring them to the front, do they have the emotional intelligence that they need to interact with their diners? For example, if we have a customer who isn't happy, how do we resolve that conflict? Do our students know that aspect of the emotional intelligence? So it's quite a lot, it's quite diverse. It's not just so much about the cooking, but the presentation itself. For example, in Zambia, when we serve our nshima, we call it ugali here in Tanzania, and in Kenya, I know it's called ugali. It's called sadza in Zimbabwe, but in Zambia, we call it nshima. But when we serving that nshima, it's not just about the flavor, but it's about showcasing the communal eating traditions and the rituals, as well as the values. So when we serve the nshima, traditionally, it's served in a shared setting where everybody sits around the table and they're eating from one bowl. So what that does is it just reminds us of the Ubuntu. It reminds us of eating together, equality, and the like. So really, these skills need to be taught. There are aspects also of digital literacy. We spoke about that yesterday. We spoke about the branding aspect, the multi-lingual and cross-cultural competencies. We heard some of our chefs here speaking a different language. So all of that we talked even in our assessment that we just did. There was the aspect of language barrier. So languages in our institution, we are discovering more and more that our students are looking to learn more languages, because we are receiving now so many different people from different countries. So all of that, I've already spoken about soft skills that are quite essential now, even as we are interacting. So from my end, that's what I would say about the skills that are lacking.
Thank you so much. I think that was, again, if we're doing a list, a checklist of things we need to do, I think we already have such an amazing way forward here. And I think great points on the emotional skills, the capacity to come forward, because as you said, chefs are traditionally in the back, they're used to being in the back, and today they're one of the best ambassadors of the gastronomy of their country. So bringing them to the forefront, as we discussed before, is a great opportunity. But again, new skills need to be developed. So I think that brings us to the other side, which is far but not far. And we now go to Tanzania, where we again had, I can't reinforce it, an amazing experience yesterday, where we actually learned again, because we saw how the food was cooked. The very, very welcoming staff that was there explained what it was. So where are your challenges? Where is the skill gap here in Tanzania?
Thank you so much, and good morning, everybody. Welcome to Tanzania and Arusha specifically. As my name has been displayed, I'm Mary, good enough being the academic manager from the National College of Tourism, but I'm a chef as well. I have been working in the kitchen since 1987 in my secondary school.
Wow.
And I have...
Big applause.
And I have never been out of the kitchen since then. From the secondary school to my university, when I got a scholarship from the government to Bangalore University in India. Then I did my degree from there. I came back to the kitchen till today and tomorrow and forever. I've been in the kitchen. So now, the challenge which you are facing much here in Tanzania, mostly is the perception. Most of the community has not appreciated as a gastronomy and hospitality being a professional like other profession, like medicine, like accounts, like anything. So sometimes we face that challenge, that taking that profession as a last resort to choose for, without knowing is a profession like other profession. And here I am, and there are people who admire my milestone since I started. And so that is one, the perception. Then another one, we have a very limited training institutions for hospitality in the country. I don't know in the continent as well. I think we don't have enough and a good number of training institutions where we can train our students on gastronomy. But this one in Tanzania, there are some initiatives which have been made by the government. The minister we had yesterday, they have taken the gastronomy in the medium goal and in the millennium. So it's going to be there. Whoever comes, it will keep on rolling, and we'll start working on that. Everybody who comes in power will continue work on that. Then again, another initiative is from the Ministry of Education. We have now incorporated in our secondary curriculums to study food production from the secondary school. Just after primary, they start studying food production from O level. Then they join to the NVAs, to the tertiary education, like the TVET, where I work. So that is one of the initiatives that the government has appreciated the culinary or the gastronomy aspect, that it has to be one of the products to be promoted in the country. But again, at the college, the National College of Tourism, we diversified our curriculums. From the normal curriculums, we had the apprenticeship programs, where we have 15 weeks per semester. So for other students, we'll stay the whole 15 weeks in the college, but for apprenticeship, they'll stay on 6 weeks in the college, and 9 weeks they have to be in the industry, doing the practical, doing the hand-on skills. And we have trained even the chefs who will serve this kind of student, that we give them the TOT, or trainers. When they come here, we expect them to learn 1, 2, 3, 4, and they come back at the end of the semester just to do their theory examinations. But now the practical marks will come from the industry. So that has helped us a lot, and most employers prefer this kind of students because they have worked more on their hands-on skills. They know all the basics of cooking, preparation, and everything on the gastronomy. Another initiative is on the sustainability. We know in gastronomy, we have a lot of food waste. How do we manage our waste? How do we control our wastage in the kitchen? What are the initiatives? Do we do the recycle? How do we minimize? Now, do we do the clean cooking? Okay. So this one, Her Excellency President Madam Samia Suluhu has led as a champion of this clean energy to make sure that she's number one on promoting clean energy so that we save our environment. But again, insisting on using indigenous ingredients, emphasize on using local ingredients from our zones. Tanzania has got more than 120 tribes, and we have more than 9 zones. Forget about the east, west, north, and south. but we have. And it's like we have clustered the country. We know where to get tilapia. We know where to get good vegetables and fruits. We know where to get our grains, millet, sorghum, maize, rice, and everything. So the country has just clustered itself. We know exactly where to get what at what time and to arrive when they are still fresh. So that is something. Now, on the skill gap, as you have said, we still have the readiness of our graduates. Because we don't have enough infrastructure, sometimes we have graduates who need to pass another training before they become chefs. So that one, again, the government is working on that to make sure that we put the right infrastructure, the right personnel to the institutions, that once we train and people are ready to work. So there's a lot which has been done by the government to make sure that a National College of Tourism, which is under the Ministry of Natural Resources, and Madam Minister Pindi Chana, the whole of the ministry is working towards the agenda of promoting gastronomy, and the college, as educators, we are at the center of it. Another thing, the collaboration now. We have been lagging behind somehow in collaborations. How do we collaborate? The educators, and the chefs in the industry, the destination managers, and how about the local community who know a lot about the indigenous cooking? How do we promote them that to prepare food and elevate the standard to the international standard? So we have that work also, and we tried even to champion the training to the food vendors, street food vendors. They cook nice food and fresh, but is it in the hygienic way? Is it safe to eat all the time? So that is our role at the National College of Tourism, training from the street vendors. And we have another one, we have the students from, people from the humble families. They want to start gastronomy, but they have no capacity to go to the college. Now the Office of the Prime Minister has come up with a program. So this from humble families are identified, and they are brought to the education to the center. We teach for short courses, like 6 to 8 months. They are good to go and perform their work. So that one has increased also the number of graduates from our institution, and in collaboration, of course, with the other chefs from the industry, the destination managers, and other local communities. And of course, we insist in our churches, programs maybe for weekend camps, to teach the students how to prepare at least some buns, some bites maybe for functions and all that. But also, as my college has got 3 programs, the tourism, event management, and hospitality. Okay, so also event management come up with a theme, and that theme has to go with the food, with the drinks. How do we harmonize now the drinks with the food which is being served? Thank you so much for now.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mary. I think that was excellent points again. I think we're enriching every time our checklist, and very interesting what you were saying about events management, for example, because we see it's a huge opportunity for showcasing traditional gastronomy, to showcase new, because whenever we all go to events internationally and we also see the same food, so we want to see different food and to know what it is and learn from it, and it's a great opportunity to, as you say, bring the different areas of training together. And also very interesting what you're saying about the internships, that it is very critical that the students can pass time and get practical experience. So thank you so much for that. We move to Chef Malonga, who's a well-known chef and who has been behind also bringing many of Africa's chefs together to bring that value to the region, and also is more and more engaged in education. So where is the skills gap? And I know that you have also several initiatives in education. How are you trying to address that?
Thank you for the invitation. I'm happy to be again here in Arusha. So I was in Tanzania more than 10 times. And so what we do, like with Chef in Africa, we are more than 4,000. 70% based more in Africa, and also 30% based more in different countries, like in France, and also we have 20% based in the Caribbean. Chef in Africa is on a platform. We connect chefs in different countries in Africa, and also we organize conferences in different countries. The last one was Les Saveurs Africains in France. So our mission is to connect chefs, because sometimes myself I travel a lot in different countries in Africa. When I go in hotels, most of the time on the menu, you have, let's say, 80% for international cuisine, and also have 20%, sometimes 10% of African cuisine. Sometimes they say African cuisine, and we have grilled chicken, grilled fish, and fish. So with Chef in Africa wanted to change this narrative. And what we are doing now since 5 years, we focus more on education. We've created a curriculum focusing more on Pan-African cuisine. So what we did since 5 years, we are traveling in different countries in Africa. Now we've visited more than 48 countries. What we are doing now is to go to the grandmother school. Like, we go to learn by grandmother, because what I know, I have it for my grandmother, that the best cuisine, you can learn it by grandmother. So after learning by grandmother, and we've created a laboratory in Rwanda, we try to inspire by the traditional cuisine to give a little of traditional, let's say, modern touch. Because if we want to share our cuisine with the world, we must be the same level with another. And also, now we've created a school. It's a free school, like it's a non-profit project. Our ambition is like to share the curriculum that we've created with many chefs in Africa. So the school will open next month. So what we have created on 2 years curriculum that focusing more on traditional cuisine and also modern technique. We collaborate with different schools in the world so we have a new technique, how really we can use our product in the modern way. So what we are doing now is to connect schools that also we can share what we've created with our chefs, focusing more on our Pan-African product. Why? Because today, if we want to promote our product, we want to promote our cuisine, we need a technician. I'm talking about chef. So more between us chefs, more we exchange, more we know more about our product. I think we can go far, and also can share what we have.
Thank you, Chef Malonga. I think that's a great idea. So there's a lot of chefs in Chef Malonga network that can be invited to other institutions to share as well what is being done. And someone yesterday was talking about, I want to go through an airport and see the same way there's different foods of the world, African food. And if you're a traveler, you get acquainted with it. So when you travel to the country, it will be something in your mind already. So it's very important what you say. How do you create that presence outside as well? How do you bring that cuisine and that message and awareness raising? So I hope that from here we can have news of your network also interacting with the different schools here. Thank you so much. So finally we go to our colleague from Kenya. Thank you very much, Peter, for joining us. Again, in Kenya, where is the challenge, the skill gap? What needs to be done, and what initiatives are you implementing yourselves?
Thank you. And thank you, our hosts, for the hospitality. I'm not a professional chef like my friend and Mary here, but my background is hotelier. I have enough knowledge to authoritative in the interface with the chefs. In my space as a trainer, a curriculum developer, I've been in this space of skill gaps for a while. What I can say, skill gaps, especially in this industry, we can say it's like a moving target because of the new trends that keep on coming every other time. Like in Kenya, so the culinary training has been very advanced, courtesy of the premier institution of Kenya Utalii College that was established a while ago and has had impact in Africa and beyond in terms of producing international chefs. But we have been focused for a long time on the international cuisine, leaving out local cuisine where the gastronomy is being more or less being based. In the last 3 years, we embarked on a very serious mission to unearth the lying giants of the local cuisine, and we send our culinary training chefs. I have some of them in the house, I think, in the room, from Kenya, from Kenya Utalii College, to go to different parts of the country. They went all countries, all counties, to speak to the traditional, hosts of the traditional menus. And we are currently about to publish the first edition of the local cuisine, which I've also now tried to bring it to our training. As a gap, we had noticed that we had a gap in local cuisine, and we needed to bring that to space. So we are publishing almost the first edition. As we were about to publish it, we realized we not cover everything. So we said, let's do first edition. Then we are getting back to the second edition so that we may now bring on board all the menus that have not been captured. The challenge in the gap we have also in that area is the menus from the villages are not assembled or written in recipes. So that's what also we are doing in our area as professionals in the culinary space, trying to assemble, putting that in a recipe format. But because we don't want to dilute what they have been doing, we have also come with videos from the village, seeing the old mama, the grandmama doing it herself, so that we don't miss the step by coming to modernize in a way that does loses the meaning. Of course, the other gaps, as I said, this industry is about trends. Things keep on coming up every other time, and the gaps don't stop ending. So for us who are in the curricular space, we keep on recasting our curriculum. Like Kenya Utalii College, every 3 years, we are on it again, so that we can now see where the gaps are when we get feedback from the industry. But of course, there are those basic things that are always there throughout. Because of the new entrance to the industry. Basic things like hygiene. I was talking to a participant here, saying the challenge he has all the time is getting people who may appear to know how to do things, but the hygiene is a problem. And hygiene and this industry is they are good benefits. You must have the real hygiene. So there are those basic things. Then the technical skills. You may have, now we are talking about the local cuisine, the gastronomy. But what about the presentation? This is artistic. We need to get people who are able now to be told, okay, this is the traditional dish. This is how they used to parade it on a plate. How can we make it better or make it more appetizing to those who want to take it? So those skills, we keep on, picking them up as gaps and keep on enriching our our new chefs on them. Even the chefs who we say they are professional have been there before. They always keep on having experienced different gaps every other time, and we keep on refreshing them on what is new. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter. I think two key points maybe to highlight. One is the need to be agile, to be always looking at what is the trends and what needs to be changed, and then the basics that need always to be there, upon which you need to build then the new ones. But also I think what you were saying before in terms of being able to work with chefs in mapping that wealth of receipts and having that in a repertoire that can be used for future use is very important, and that's a great job. Well done. It's something that came out last year of our conference that was one of the major steps needed is to really have everything documented and registered to make sure that it can be used and passed for future generations. So we're coming to a close, but I would like to challenge each of you to leave one key message that you would like to see as we move forward in this area? What would you like to see more happening in terms of education in this space? So I'll go back to our colleague from Zimbabwe. Paul, what would you like to see more happening now that we have shared what are the challenges? What would be one initiative that you would like to see happening more?
Thank you very much. I would want to say, when you educate a person, you can turn them into an expert or a professional. But what you have to add is, of course, passion that they add on their part. And then you add the environment. This is which has to be conducive. This is where you talk about political will, you talk about funding, you talk about technology, you talk about infrastructure. This is the environment that we are providing. But the bottom line, gastronomy is a heritage-based education system. It draws from the values, from the cultures. And I think curriculum change is fundamental. We have to commit to changing the curriculum and advance research and innovation systems that will allow continuous innovation processes to happen.
Perfect.
And understand that this is also about creating wealth.
So changing curricula to adapt them and create more health. Very good. Next.
Thank you. Thanks. So, two things for me, quickly. The first one is that constant collaboration and partnership with the private sector. Just 2 weeks ago, we put together an education summit where we brought policymakers, we brought together educators as well as industry, so they could speak about the industry, especially regarding the skills gaps and knowledge gaps that exist in our industry. So constant collaboration. Out of that education summit, a lot of recommendations came out of them. So that's very, very important. But also, as intergenerational knowledge transfer declines, obviously due to urbanization, the disintegration of the family system and whatnot, we need to cure this by building knowledge repositories for cultural heritage. So it doesn't have to be just limited to one country, but it has to be across Africa. We need to take advantage of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. So we build these knowledge repositories for everybody in Africa and out of Africa to be able to share from that to knowledge. We need to document, to archive, to disseminate this information across Africa about our foods if we're going to have African gastronomy set as a key tourism driver. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very good way forward. Repositories across Africa. There's work for many institutions to come together and definitely bringing the private sector in a structured way. Tanzania, 2 recommendations, 1 key issue to move forward.
Thank you so much. One of them is to modernize our curriculum with indigenous knowledge and at the global standard. And another one is to empower our chefs as cultural ambassadors to our culinary. Last one is to have a sustainable income, a sustainable funding. Is it through the government, through the association, Chefs Association? How about the Tanzania Tourist Board? How about the government? Should you go for PPP? I think there are things to be looked upon.
Very well said. I think that's a key point. We saw funding is a major challenge, and I think this is definitely something for further discussion. And also how to create products that can be maybe sellable to the market, that can generate income as well. So, Chef Malonga?
So I think for me that is a wish. I really wish that if big institutions or schools can work on a curriculum that focusing more on the product that we have in the continent and also in the territory. And also another wish is that as a chef, it's very important if in the future we can organize more chefs exchange, chef connection. Also, that's very important if we share.
Perfect. 2 wishes coming forward? And finally, from Peter, Kenya, 2 wishes.
I think if we have to use gastronomy as one of the drivers of destinations in this part of the world, Africa, then we need to, first of all, reset ourselves as Africans in terms of valuing what we were told is not good. What we are going back now as local dishes, what we left, because maybe companies want to sell their bread and other new things. So I think we need to reset there from that point. Then we go to our schools and bring the curriculum on our foods to the schools, so that now people start appreciating our local dishes. Then now on that space, then gastronomy will take its own, trajectory without a struggle. The other thing which is very, very key, and as we mentioned, is funding. Training for this industry is very expensive because it's hands-on, competence-based training. So the institutions, those who are the ones that are in government, I think they need funding so that they can keep on giving the real training, not theoretical training, because we must equip the people who are going to serve the industry as chefs with the right knowledge so that they also don't mess up the new recipes that we are creating or we want to bring back to the market. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter. So definitely, I think we have a clear roadmap here, and I think a lot of actions to take forward. Thank you very much. Big round of applause to our panelists, and thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. And I'll invite you for a group photo before we continue to the next session.
You can't hear me. Thank you, Sandra and panel. Really important education in this sector. Something that I hear about whenever I go to any conference around the world. They're talking about developing the next generation. Juve, please stay there. You've heard a little bit from him, his views on education. But let's find out some more now with a special presentation in our Get Inspired series, Shaping the Future, Developing Culinary Talent and Education in Gastronomy Tourism. Now, just a little bit of background, because he was so modest before, he didn't tell us his full background. But Juve is a chef and entrepreneur from Congo, Brazzaville. He specializes in Afro-fusion cuisine, a culinary art that he describes as a subtle blend of tradition and modernity. He started his career at 3 different Michelin restaurants in Germany. And in 2016, he launched Chefs in Africa, which is a digital professional network and a social enterprise committed to shedding light on Africa and diaspora gourmet rising stars. And you've got 4,000 chefs signed up to it? Wow. Well, Duvet, take it away. Please come to the podium. Please, big applause.
So, thank you so much. So, normally I will present myself, what we do for Chef in Africa. I was born in Congo, Brazzaville. I grew up in Germany. I've studied in Germany and in France. When I was studying in Germany, like my colleague or my professor, were talking about only, let's say, about European cuisine, because when you study in Europe, you learn about European cuisine, like Portuguese, French, or like Spain cuisine. And on my side, something was missing. I was asking why we don't learn about Pan-African cuisine, at least one. And we get a chance was learning about couscous, and that was good, that was fine. But on myself, like something was missing. I grew up with my grandmother, so I used to eat like the Congolese cuisine. And after my study, I wanted to learn more about the 54 countries' cuisines. I've emphasized on myself. I was traveling. I took like 2 years just traveling in Africa. The first country I started to visit was Cameroon, and I was in love with the food, let's say the food diversity, the spices. and also the amazing ndole that I love. So, traveling in different countries in Africa, I've learned many things. The very important I've learned is like food is not just what you eat. Food is, I think, in different countries in Africa, people really, they don't eat, but we celebrate food. And so I've learned more about the spices because when I was going in the village, spices was not only to give a taste, but also was a base of, let's say, medicine. After 2 years, and I came back in Germany, in France, and I decided to go back in the continent and start my project. My project is like to create a space that we can share the Pan-African curriculum and what I've learned in different countries in Africa with different chefs in Africa. And 8 years ago, I came back in Africa, and I chose Rwanda to do my first project. So why Rwanda? I grew up in a family that we are farmers. My grandfather and my papa also was a farmer. And when I came back in Rwanda, I started farming because I think as a chef, the product is very important. And I started farm. I used like 7 hectares for farming. And after I've opened my first restaurant, called it Meza Malonga, in 2020. It was not easy because then came COVID. Economically, it was not easy. And I must close my restaurant and open that again. And the restaurant gets successful. What I do, let's say my food identity, focusing more on the Pan-African ingredients, is Afro-Fusion cuisine. Afro-Fusion cuisine is a bridge between different culture and also cuisines that we have in the continent in Africa. And I get a little challenge with the staff. Like I was searching a chef that can create a restaurant focusing more on fine dining. I found myself that was not working. And I realized that we need first to educate. And that's why I've started with a project called Culinary Innovation Village. Culinary Innovation Village is a non-profit project. What we do trainings for chefs and also for farmers because I have some knowledge about farming, like properly farming for better Africa tomorrow. So what we do, we train a chef and also we train people who work in food industry. We've created a space that we invite many chefs from different countries in Africa. We organize a residence, and what we do, we offer like 2 weeks of trainings for chefs, and we've get a lot of chefs who's coming from different places, and I was doing the trainings in my restaurant. Since let's say in 2022, I decided to create a bigger space in my farm. Okay. This is a new place. We call it Culinary Innovation Village. This new place will go to open next month. We can welcome more than 100 chefs from different countries in Africa. So what we are planning to do is that to train and also educate chefs, focusing on Pan-African curriculum that we've worked with chefs in Africa. But we have some challenge that we are facing now. That's why we are talking with a chef. We need more chefs exchange if we want to promote our food culture in the different places in the world. And also we've created it's like a chef's residence. There we invite chefs from Africa and also chefs from different countries in the world. Also we can exchange together, we can change knowledge and also, but let's say on scientific side and also unforgotten vegetable and also unforgotten vegetables. We are also working on the project. We call it Farming Better for Africa Tomorrow. We also have an initiative that we invite grandmother from different countries in Africa that also they can teach us how to cook the African cuisine, because I think what we do, we need a base. Yeah. So that what we are doing now in Rwanda, the ambition is like to do the same in different countries in Africa. That's just the beginning. We want to have more schools in different countries in Africa, from North, East, South, and Central Africa. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Standing applause. I agree. Very inspiring, gentlemen. Thank you. And some great images. I mean, that is a fantastic photo just by itself. It tells you everything you want to know about that. Okay. Thank you very much. We are now going to take a coffee break for half an hour. And after that, we're going to hear from one of the coolest UN tourism ambassadors around about a very important topic, preserving our culinary heritage. See you in 30 minutes. Okay, everybody, can you please settle down? We have a very special presentation coming up. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. Now, with our next presentation, I just want to say a personal thing. I feel like I have a special bond with this gentleman because I arrived with him on the same plane from Istanbul on early Monday morning, and we arrived both of our first times in Tanzania, and it was great. I just felt we got something. And then I found out that he is the UN ambassador, a UN ambassador for tourism. He was appointed last year, and he is going to talk about safeguarding and promoting culinary heritage. And this session will explore the processes of safeguarding traditional food, products, ingredients, and know-how through regional and national inventories and through UNESCO recognition. So people here will learn practical steps, we hope, best practices, how to protect and promote local culinary traditions, and create compelling applications. So, please, please, please put your hands together for the incredible Chef Munir El Arem.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, my dear friend. Well, being a chef is not easy. And having this drapeau of Tunisia is very hard duty for me to represent my country and to be an ambassador of Tunisia for gastronomy and for UN tourism. Before talking about how we made the Arusha go into the intangible cultural heritage, I would like to make a little presentation of our country. Tunisia is very small by its superficie, but it's huge by history. And we are now trying with some association to make, how do you say, the Capsen era, which is 10,000 years ago, go to the intangible cultural heritage also. So when we talk about Capsen era, we talk about 10,000 years before Christ. And it's really important. And we found some, how do you say it, some vestige in Gafsa. Gafsa, it's a city in the southeast of Tunisia, near to Algeria. And when you travel to Gafsa, you will see you will see that there are the vestige over there, and the people at that time. They were hunters and skilled stone cutters. They were the first to tame sheep, cattle for consumption. And they include in their diet snails, plants, and anything that grew in the soil. And we want to make that the Capsen people are the direct ancestor of the Numid. Numid is about 800 years before Christ. And the Numid, or Amazigh people, lived in North Africa. And we, with Mauritania, Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia, we made the couscous. So it belongs to North Africa. We can find, until now, open-air snare farms from this time in the many cities of southeast of Tunisia and also Algeria, our neighbors. But more recently in the history of our country, the Tyrian Elisa founded Carthage in 414 before Christ on the shore of the Gulf of Tunis. Carthage quickly established itself in the Mediterranean Sea and became a hub for exchange and various goods between East and West. Crops such as cereal, olive tree that you taste, pomegranates, vines expand with his prosperity. Magon was an agriculture writer, and he made a treaty of Magon on gastronomy. And this is the proof of the supremacy of the agriculture of Tunisia. And Carthage became the granary of Rome for several centuries. And then we had three important periods: the Vandals, the Byzantine, and the Arabs, who settled the city of Kairouan as the capital of the Muslim world. In 1492, after the fall of Granada, waves of exodus occurred and leading the Andalusians to settle Tunisia. And they founded several cities, including Testour, notable for having 2 stars of David engraved on the mosque tower, reflecting a time when Islam and Judaism coexisted. And as I said yesterday, we chef, we love and peace, peace and love. Andalusian brought chili pepper, and now we are going to talk about harissa. The Andalusian brought chili, tomatoes, potatoes, prickly pear from America. And Tunisia fell under the Ottoman rules, introducing dishes reflecting the lavish lifestyle of the Beys. Well, now we are going to talk about the harissa. So, what you are saying, it's what we made. This is, we brought French, France 24, to come into kitchen and to see us presenting videos
Son
with
équipe concocte, mijote et font frire les plats, des plats de qualité et typiquement tunisiens.
Donc là, c'est le poulpe en camerounais, c'est un ragoût de la région.
Dernière touche, indispensable.
Alors là, on va rajouter de l'harissa. On le rajoute à toutes les sauces. On n'arrive pas à manger si c'est pas piquant. C'est fade. Donc en Tunisie, on mange vraiment piquanté.
Mais avant d'atterrir dans les assiettes, la harissa vient d'ici, les plaines de la région du Cap-Bon. Mi-juillet, c'est le début de la récolte des piments rouges. Pour le producteur et créateur Imed Atig, une vraie partie de plaisir.
C'est un piment de qualité extraordinaire, un piment d'une variété fixée, et pour préparer vraiment de l'harissa de très bonne qualité.
Dans l'étape dite du cordage, les ouvrières tressent des guirlandes de piments pour ensuite les accrocher au soleil. Une fois séchés, les piments sont hachés avec de l'ail et du sel. Et ici, ça se fait manuellement à la force du bras.
Maintenant, on va parler d'une harissa revisitée. Il y a des doses précises. Si on va parfumer de l'harissa classique, on va le parfumer par exemple avec du cumin. On peut ajouter aussi une dose plus ou moins différente pour le gingembre, pour le thym ou le romarin.
Avec ces nouvelles recettes, Imed tente de mettre en valeur la harissa made in Tunisie. Son prochain objectif, obtenir une appellation d'origine contrôlée pour la harissa et la faire inscrire au patrimoine immatériel de l'UNESCO.
So it was an individual, me and Rimed and the other chefs. As I was talking, we were about 5, 6 or 7 people trying to do. I mean, it was individual initiative, and we brought this TV, not only TV5, France 24, TF1, all these international networks to come and to see how we do it. And we, at that time, he wanted it was willing from Ahmed to put the harissa on the UNESCO list. And then we worked. We made several projects, like you see there is at back here, it's Association tunisienne des professionnels de l'art culinaire. There is a federation, there is Académie nationale de cuisine, there is Gastronomy pour tous. We have many associations, and we have done. It was we were pushing the medias to come and to make us, to highlight us, to be able to prove that the harissa is 100% Tunisian. So we made this. It's a big frame that we put on the Tunisian post at Nabil. Nabil is a city where we have a good production of red pepper, and we put it on the inscrit à l'UNESCO. So we were proud that day, and we made it with the governor, with all the officials, and we were applauded. And it was a matter that we put the Minister of Industry, the Cultural, to put un travail commun pour inscrire la harissa tunisienne au patrimoine culturel et matériel. Ce projet traduit une volonté de reconnaissance internationale. Donc, what we do, we started in 2015, and after 3 years, in 2018, we finally found filled some papers, some recognition. We made a lot of job to make a field, and dossier to present to the UNESCO. Donc, this is how we do it. We went to classes. We made many manifestations. We were talking about harissa, bringing young people to learn how to make harissa. We made some parades. We were all over Tunisia to talk about harissa, but it was really. We invited some international chefs also, and then we received the diploma from the UNESCO with the minister of our cultural minister. And you see this guy. Mr. Rafiq, lately we call him Mr. Harissa in Tunisia. And he is the one who made this blouse that you see. He made more than 100, and he paid for them by his money. So it was really a job from just the volunteer to arrive. And he puts a lot of money from his pocket to be able to. And an applause for him, please, for Mr. Rafiq Latli. Alors, I'll read it in French and then I will translate it. Un symbole identitaire fort. La harissa est plus qu'un condiment, c'est un élément identitaire fort qui rassemble les Tunisiens. Elle devient ainsi un vecteur de cohésion sociale et un ambassadeur de notre culture culinaire. It's a symbol, very strong symbol of our identity, which make all the Tunisians together. It's a cohesion, a social cohesion, and our harissa, it's an ambassador of our culinary heritage. We have now one mission. It's the transmission of this know-how to the youngest. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chef Mounier. The harissa there looks so lovely. doesn't it? And lunch is not that far away, by the way. I know yesterday you were incredible. You waited until 3:30 before you ate, I think it was. Today it's going to be a little bit earlier, so that's great. But we do have one more important session, which actually relates to what you're going to have for lunch in a way. Because do you remember when you were a child and you left your food, some of your food on the plate, and your mother or father or both told you off for leaving food, and you felt guilty ever since for whenever that happens, perhaps with your own children? Well, you know as well as me that in the hospitality industry there is so much waste. It's ridiculous. Did you know that, for example, hotels throw away as much as 60% of the food they buy, which leads to $100 billion in losses? Ridiculous. And there are now methods and advice and practical solutions being provided to this, and one of them is from the UN. So we're now going to have a presentation of the UN Tourism Global Roadmap for food waste reduction in the tourism sector, and it's presented by Chloe Boujard, the project specialist for UN Tourism, who I can't see in the room. There she is. Phew.
Thank you for saying my last name right. You're one of the few people. I think we need to go. Yes, next one, please. Thank you. So over the last 2 days, we have discussed about many challenges that the development of gastronomy tourism is facing here in Africa and globally. One of the key issues that has emerged during our discussions is the need to make our food systems more sustainable. So let's start by explaining what the food system is. The food system encompasses everything from how food is produced, processed, transported, to how it is consumed and how we dispose of it. And tourism businesses are involved at every stage of this food system, from procurement, preparation, serving it to guests, and managing waste. So food waste is generated at all these levels, and the problem is that today's food system often relies on models that overuse natural resources and do not manage food waste properly. So the result is an unsustainable system, and this data makes it very clear. A third of all food that is produced is wasted, which costs nearly $1 trillion globally every year. Food system generates around 34% of global greenhouse gas emissions, and food loss and waste alone account for between 8 to 10% of these emissions. Additionally, 50%, half of our habitable land and 70% of freshwater use goes to food system, which is the main cause of biodiversity loss. And in food service, including in tourism, up to 26% of food is wasted at the consumption stage, which is the equivalent of 32 kilos per person every year. But there are some good news because tackling food waste can also open new opportunities. So let's not consider food waste as an obstacle, but rather as an opportunity. By adopting circular solutions to reduce food waste, businesses can not only reduce the negative impact, environmental impact they generate, they can also reduce their operational costs. By serving locally sourced ingredients, we do not only save on transportation costs and wastes, we also protect traditional recipes, we create jobs, and we promote the well-being of local communities. So reducing food waste can really be a lever for a more sustainable tourism sector overall, not only achieving SDG 12.3, which aims to halve the global food waste per capita by 2030, It also contributes to achieving other SDGs, such as promote decent work, reduce inequalities, promote responsible consumption, protect life on land and underwater, and overall tackle climate change, which is one of the main priorities at UN Tourism. So, through our One Planet Sustainable Tourism program, UN Tourism has developed a global roadmap on food waste reduction in tourism, which really takes a comprehensive look at how food is managed in our sector so that food never becomes waste. Here it is in French because it has been recently translated and it is now available in all 5 UN languages. And this roadmap offers practical tools, and it really follows the waste hierarchy by first focusing on preventing waste before it even happens. Second, if there is extra food, we should redistribute it, and it should go to people in need first, then to animals, or be reused in other ways. And third, if the food can't be saved, it should be recycled by composting it or turning it into energy. So we invite you all to be part of the solution and join us into putting this roadmap into action, and help us tackle food waste for a more sustainable tourism sector. And so before we go to lunch, and please make sure that today we all finish our plates, I'll leave you with a short video with our ambassadors who have a message about this topic. Thank you. We can go ahead.
Local products or locally sourced products. We somehow make sure that the food doesn't travel, doesn't create what we call today emissions or damage to the planet. But also eating locally means that we eat a lot better food which has never traveled. It means that all essential oils or the nutritional parts stay in the food itself.
I'm working to cut down food waste by focusing only what I need and what's in season. I don't buy anything I don't need. Usually you go to the market, it's so easy to get lost and excited and buy things because they look very fresh and you know, you want to explore more. And also, when I find myself in spaces where I've bought more than I need or it's going to waste, I try to pickle it, you know, sun dry it, find the preservative method to make sure that food doesn't go to waste, and also making sure it's at its best when preserving it.
For us, the relationship with the local community has been the axis of our proposal since we opened in 2006. Our cuisine is a reflection of the diverse pantry that Chile has, a kitchen where the origin and the seasons play a fundamental role, and where the dish tells and speaks of our country and its communities. We privilege ingredients made by Chilean hands and a close relationship with producers, especially those one with sustainable practices.
I get our clients involved in this real advocacy to create sustainability on our tables by making our offerings of plant-based dishes, vegetarian dishes, vegan dishes, as well as gluten-free based dishes, not only for their personal preferences, but also because we realize that people have taken their diet restrictions and their desire to make the planet much more sustainable more seriously when they choose what they eat and what they enjoy on a plate.
Food is life.
Food is culture.
Food is community.
Food is an opportunity.
Let's stop wasting.
Thank you, Chloe. So important, that message. So if you get the chance, please follow that roadmap if you're in that industry and you can actually do something about that. Okay, so we have lunch now, and there will be a live cooking demonstration, I believe, from a chef from Cameroon, I've been told. So that'll be there. Lunch is from now until 2:30. So you have 2 hours. There's no reason not to be here on time, because in the afternoon, really important session, a discussion about women in gastronomy, and it'll delve into the historical and cultural significance of women in African kitchens, and panelists will be sharing inspiring stories of female entrepreneurs, of chefs and activists who are breaking barriers, from creating world-class African dining experiences to empowering local communities through food-related businesses. So please come back for that. Enjoy your lunch. Basically, it's the same as yesterday. Where you ate yesterday, you will eat today. Your lanyards, your badges, whatever, will give you the colour. If you're lost, ask an usher. But otherwise, enjoy your food. And as Chloe said, eat it all up. Yeah? Take care. Yes, if you had a nice lunch. There's a lovely calm feeling about today compared to yesterday. I think it's really nice. Okay, so this is the last session of the 2 days. We're going to have conclusions after this about what we learnt. And first, however, I mentioned to you before about this session, we are looking at women in gastronomy, and the discussion will talk about the historical and cultural significance of women in African kitchens, their leadership in promoting local and sustainable food systems, and their growing influence in the global food scene. We're going to get some really interesting panelists, and one thing I want to say is that during the talk at the beginning, we're going to have, thanks to Tokumbo from London African Food Week, some plantain chips being passed around the audience. Now, there aren't that many of these things. There's only 2 little pockets of these things. So only take 1, please, or 1 or 2, maybe, if you feel really good about it. But in the meantime, please let me introduce the moderator for the next panel and someone who's going to set the scene for this whole session. Can I please welcome Yasmine Fofana, culinary entrepreneur, Afro-foodie from Côte d'Ivoire.
I'm sure that was Tokumbo. Hi everyone, how are you? Can you be louder? Hi everyone, how are you? Okay, all right. I know we have the hard task of having you right after lunch. And we're going to try to keep it fun, interactive, also have questions at the end. I think it's the last session, and we haven't had time to give you also the chance to be the stars of the day. So we're going to do that right after. So I'm going to be setting the scene here. Sorry. And we'll talk about women. You can leave that slide for a while. I'll let you know when to go. I want us to think about the very first memory of food, your very first memory of food. Was it the smell of bubbling stew on a Sunday? Was it the rhythm of a spoon scraping the bottom of a pot? Or was it the laughter in the kitchen filled with women? For many of us, our first taste of culture came from a woman. Either a grandma who knew the recipe by heart, a street vendor who made magic with few ingredients, or your mother who made you feel seen with a single bowl of food. I want us to raise your hands if a woman's cooking shaped your memory of home. How many? Okay, that's not a lot. Did you hear my question right? If a woman shaped your memory of food and home, raise your hands. Okay, now you're following. I just wanted to make sure of that. You can go to the next slide, please. Okay, I'm just going to go. Next slide. All right, so women, we're not going to talk about women in informal gastronomy. Women are the backbone of the food system. Women make up to 70 to 80% of food production in Africa, especially in the informal sector. And we talked about plantain chips. It's funny because we didn't plan this, but Tokumbo brought plantain chips. And I took the example of a woman in Abidjan, where I'm from, Côte d'Ivoire, who sells plantain chips. Her name is Mrs. Touré. Mrs. Touré has been selling plantain chips for as long as I can remember, 20 plus years. She used that to raise her family, put her kids to school, and build a higher value chain of 10 plus women who work tirelessly every day. Her plantain chips travel all around the world, from France to Europe to home. How many of us like plantain chips? If you're not raising your hand, you're not having it. But women like Mrs. Touré, or even the example of Awa sells delicious grilled fish, poisson braisé, as we call it, on the streets in Abidjan. Those women are often not seen in Rome like this. They're not part of tourism strategies. They're not part of policy briefs. They're not seen in leadership boards. Yet, they are invisible and vital because their work makes us feel at home their work make us remember something. It's always funny because I said any tourist who's tasted street food, especially in Abidjan, our food is good, or Lagos for that matter, or Accra, West Africa represents, will make sure way after the passport stamp has faded, they will remember how specifically that fish or either suya, how it tasted. We're going to go to the next slide and talk about, on the other hand of informal gastronomy, we're going to talk about women in culinary leadership. I think it's important to look at both aspects of this because women have been rising, doing remarkable work and being resilient. Let's talk about momentum for a second. Across the continent, we're witnessing a powerful shift. More and more women are stepping into culinary leadership, not just in kitchens per se, but in food media, entrepreneurship, and gastronomy tourism. I'd like to take the example of a dear sister of mine, Fatmata Binta, trailblazing Fulani chef and the first ever UN tourism ambassador for gastronomy. I'm not going to read her whole bio. She's amazing, and if you don't know her, Google is your friend, but I bet everybody in this room knows Fatmata Binta. Just like Chef Binta, there are chefs who paved the way, just like Prisca Gilbert from Côte d'Ivoire, Chef Anto from Gabon, Chef Georgiana Viu from Benin, first black woman in France to earn a Michelin star, or even Chef Adejoke Bakare, Lagos, did I say that right, Nigerians, who was the first black woman in the UK to earn a Michelin star. These women are creating cookbooks, they're leading pop-ups, they're headlining festivals, they're launching their own food ventures, they're writing books just like Edna. All of them are doing so while navigating an industry still dominated by men. So yes, the imbalance is real, but so is the rise. We do have a responsibility, not just to acknowledge the fact that they're remarkable, amazing, and brilliant, but we need to amplify their voice and their work as well. So what's next, you may ask? Next slide, please. What's next? I want to talk about how important it is to represent, the power of representation in African gastronomy. Visibility is first, and we'll talk about it with my panelists in a few seconds. Value, power, and participation. You can go to the next slide because we're going to dive deep into this in a few seconds. Next slides, please. All right, there's a story behind this photo. Where's Tokumbo? So in the midst of everything I'm saying, we'll talk about support and amplifying the voice and, again, recognizing how amazing women are. There's a simple thing of women supporting women. That photo was taken in London, I believe 2018, and this is where Tokumbo and I met, and it's so funny that we were connected here in Tanzania. That photo was taken at Facebook. Facebook, don't cry. Facebook in London. And I put that photo here, and you can read the slide. That's also important what's there, but I want to tell the story. I put that photo here because, to me, women supporting women goes a long way. Tokumbo has been paving the way for many of us in London, in the UK, by her work, by her vibe and everything that she believes in. But because she stepped in places like Google and Facebook, she made sure that she wasn't going alone. She made sure that she went with us and she took us with her. And for me, this is why I put that picture here, because as I welcome my panelists next, I also want to make sure that, yes, we are fighting for everything we believe in, but women supporting women goes a very long way. Next slide, please. All right, so as I welcome my panelists next, I want us to remember the next step. Because yes, talking is nice. Thank you. Implementing is even better. So remember that after this, we want to celebrate women. We want to value their legacy and innovation publicly. Let me say that again, publicly. We also want to amplify their work, give them platforms and recognition globally. We also want to empower them. And also, we want to collaborate with one another and with all of you. I would like to welcome now, you can clap for me, thank you. to be a little fun. All right, let me make sure I get this right. I would like to welcome now Edna Rosen from Botswana. I would like to welcome Chef Miriam Etari from Morocco, Le Maroc. I would like to welcome Juliana Inanda, who is welcoming us in our beautiful land of Tanzania. And last but surely not least, my girl, where is she? Home girl, come home. Tokumbo, please come. From Nigeria, of course, and the UK. Sorry, none of these work. Those two don't work.
Hello? Okay, this one's one.
It's okay, I got it now. All right, can you give a round of applause to the beautiful women sitting on the stage, please? Thank you so much. All right, let's begin with you, Edna. We're going to talk about cultural legacy and traditional knowledge. And the first question that I have for you is, how has the role of women in African kitchen shaped culinary tradition and local food system? Now, because we want to make sure that the panelists get, their time to shine, and also have you involved in the conversation, we're going to try to have the answer short and sweet and as concise as it can be. So I'll give you a minute or two to answer that.
Thank you so much, Yasmin, and good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for inviting me to this panel. Women have always played an important role. They have always been the heart of the African kitchen, and they still are. Going back to our grandmothers, who has been the ones passing down all the traditions, keeping recipes, and I can go back to my own grandmother when I grew up as a young girl. In the mornings, she would be taking out all the different grains that were supposed to be cooked for lunch. And it was really interesting to see, because at that time there were no cookbooks, and the way they were putting together these recipes. Our cuisine traditionally is vegetarian, and we were eating meat only during special occasions. And those special occasions, that's when men also went into cooking. But otherwise, it was maize, sorghum, beans, millets. And I was always fascinated about how we could eat different dishes every day made out of these few ingredients, simply. So, and going on with the preservation and the role of the grandmothers in the kitchen was also being introduced to farming. In farming, rural farming, really interesting, because my grandmother will go to the fields and she will be teaching us about all the seeds, all the food that is being harvested, and how to preserve the seeds for the next farming season. So the grandmothers and the women in the African kitchen says it all. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that core memory with us. Thank you for clapping for her. Juliana, I'm coming to you now. You were an executive chef at Arusha Coffee Lodge. Is that where we were yesterday? The food was amazing. Thank you.
I was the one.
And so for you, we're going to talk about sustainability for a second, because I'm sure that in your line of work, that's something that's very important as far as sustainable food practice. Can you tell us a bit about that in a minute or two?
Anyway, first of all, hi everyone. Thank you, Jasmine, for championing this gastronomy food in Africa, and I'm very excited to be here for the first time. So I went back to your, sorry for my voice. So I'm going back to the question that we have asked. How has the role of the woman in African kitchen shaped culinary tradition? Yeah.
How you include sustainable practice in your line of work. Being an executive chef, how do you work, how do you include sustainable practice? We'll come back to you in a second, okay? We'll come back to you. I'm going to go to Miriam. Miriam, let's talk about the reality of leadership in high-level kitchen. Because I know from the line of work that you do, you are sometimes, seen in media, working in high-level space. So how's that going for you? And how do you think the fact that women are sometimes underrepresented, how does it play? Oh, bro.
Hello? Oh, okay. Well, to answer your question, you need to realize that in 2023, there was a Michelin Guide analysis, and there is only 6% of executive chef positions in fine dining. So we only represented by 6%. This is crazy when you think about food, you think about a mother, a grandmother, you think about a woman making the food, to tell the truth. So there is this problem, and if there is only 6%, then who's supposed to be your mentor? Who's supposed to be there as a mentor and as a role model? So it's very hard for a woman starting. So I'm talking about 6% in 2023. So imagine when I started, I didn't have any other women supporting me because I'm 43, so I started a long time ago. I'm talking about 20 years ago. Things are changing, but very slowly, in the sense that there is a perception of roles because it's a bit an extension of a woman domestic roles. So in this sense, it really undervalues our professional contributions. We hear in French, we say, your place is in the kitchen. This kind of things that you're going to hear about women. It's very infuriating, by the way. So it's very hard. You have this thing about gender stereotypes. You have leadership bias. You have lack of mentorship. And on top of it, we work in a workplace that has a lot of discrimination and harassment. We have to say this. I'm not talking about the kind of harassment with the Me Too movement. We're talking about, for example, when you start in the kitchen and you're a woman, you're going to be assigned prep work, but not creative roles. Things are changing, but very slowly, not as fast as we would like them to be, in all honesty. Now I'm being honest, because we how do you say it in English? We romanticize, it's like romance type of thing, like the place of women and chef, and there is this whole communication around it, and we try to make it pretty, but it's not all rosy, in all honesty. Like, let's be real, you know? So, yeah, and we're underrepresented in awards and things like that. So the solution is not easy, but it's there. First, funding. Okay, we need funds, because if we have funds, we are able to have access to training. So we can pull, you know, like people that we see that have a future into this. Also, market access, networks, policy support, technology to bring us all together and have mentorship, for example, or leadership awards and things like that. And also cultural branding, because I was telling you that it's all about storytelling. But if we go back and we say food is around women, because the first person that fed you is your mother, it's a woman. If we do this whole cultural branding and are proud of it, I think things might change. That's what I think.
Tokumbo, over to you. Entrepreneurship. I'll let you answer your question. Don't worry. I want to make sure I get everyone a chance to talk once. Tokumbo, I'm going to come to you, and being the queen of entrepreneurship, with Tokumbo's Kitchen, a lot of London African Food Week. We talked about support women, but entrepreneurship is not something we talked a lot about. And I know your journey is very interesting, but not everyone knows that. So can you take us through your entrepreneurial journey, but also share what made the difference for you?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So I am Tokumbo Kweki, founder of Tokumbo's Kitchen, the award-winning Tokumbo's Kitchen, and London African Food Week. Thank you. So yeah, in terms of my journey, I actually refer to myself as an accidental chef. And the reason for that, because I never grew up aspiring to cook. I remember learning to cook when I was 12 years old, and I always remember that age because my mom practically forced me into kitchen, and she said to me, I started cooking for my family when I was 8 years old, so you're already 4 years behind. So growing up, cooking was a chore. It wasn't something I particularly enjoyed, but I used to think I was a fussy eater. That was what I was told growing up, because I would only cook the dishes that I really liked, but what I did was I would cook it very, very well. And whenever we had friends and family over, my mom would say, oh, have you tasted Tokumbo's okra stew? And the person would say no, and I would have to go into the kitchen and make this amazing dish for somebody. So I grew up learning to cook amazing dishes, and I lived in Washington, D.C. in 2013. And I'm somebody that in London, in the US, whenever I travel, I am one of those 81% that wants to find the street food. I want to experience the local food. I want to experience, like, food for me is the gateway. And that's why it's so important that we're looking at food as a gastronomy tourism, because before you're introduced to the country, you're introduced to the food wherever you are. So it's so important that we connect, we make that connection, whether we're doing it as entrepreneurs, policymakers, or chefs. So back to my story, I lived in DC, and every day when I was going to work, I used to work by the White House. There was always amazing street food trucks lined up. And guess which continent was not represented? Anyone? Africa. Africa was the only continent that for 10 months of me going to work every single day by the White House, I never saw a food truck selling any African food. But in DC, there was amazing African restaurants, Ghanaian restaurants, Ethiopian restaurants that were doing amazing food. And so I came back to the UK, and then in 2015, I had a midlife crisis. I'm a social worker by profession, but I didn't want to be a social worker anymore. And so I said, no, I'm going to go back to what I used to do. I'm going to go become a buy and sell. I'm going to be a personal stylist. And then I went to a festival, and I queued up for 2 hours waiting for jerk chicken. And I thought, this is ridiculous. In Nigeria, we wait 15 minutes for suya to be ready. I went home, I Googled how to start a street food business. 6 weeks later, I was trading at Africa Utopia Festival. And the reason I was able to do that is my mom's an entrepreneur. Well, in Nigeria, we call it a businesswoman. My mom had a shop in the center of Lagos where she used to sell materials before she migrated to London. In the early 90s, my mom had insecure immigration status, which basically means she didn't have her papers. But I'm a British citizen by birth, so my mom used to send me to the US. So at age 14, I was a buyer and seller. I used to go to Manhattan, I used to go to the wholesalers. This is before there was mobile phones, by the way. So the first trip, my auntie gave me the directions from how to get to Brooklyn to Manhattan, and I used to make that journey as a 14-year-old with $1,000 in my pocket. I would go to the wholesalers, I would negotiate with them. So I learned business acumen from a very young age, and even when I qualified as a social worker, I always had a hustle. I used to go to Nigeria, I used to buy and sell accessories. So I was always very entrepreneurial. So when I went to that festival and I thought, I want to start a street food business, I didn't have a clue what I was doing, but you know what I was very good at doing? I was good at asking questions. So I reached out to the festival organizers. I said, hey, I want to start a Nigerian street food business. I've never done it before. What do I need to learn? And I did market research. So I went to other festivals. I looked at the equipment that other store owners were using. I spoke to other entrepreneurs, other food entrepreneurs, and I learned from them. I shadowed them. So, I put myself in kitchen spaces, and that's how I was able to grow my entrepreneurial journey. And with Tokumbo's Kitchen, I was able to also be very innovative because I wasn't trained in the kitchen. I had to think outside the box. So I knew that, okay, I wanted to do street food, but then I was like, what else could I do? Ooh, pop-ups. I can do a supper club. I like to talk. I like to host. Supper club allows me to do that. So I created a menu. Social media and technology was so instrumental for me as an entrepreneur because that's how I advertise myself. I shared my story, on Twitter, on Facebook, on Instagram, and people connected to me. I remember doing a street food festival in London, and it was a Sunday morning. It was raining. I was cold. I was miserable, and I saw this lady, and she was walking around the festival, and I was looking at her, and she came to my store, and she said, I want that. And I said, have you had Nigerian jollof rice before? She said, no. I said, okay. What made you come out to get jollof rice? She said, I saw a picture on your Instagram. And that alone was powerful enough to bring her to come to my thing. So as an entrepreneur, you always have to be adaptable to the first time I did my food, my friend was like, oh, are you going to make jollof rice? I said, no, I just want to do suya, meat pie, roasted plantain. And then the next market, everybody was coming. Where's the jollof rice? Even the white people, where's the jollof rice? The next weekend, you didn't have to tell me twice. Guess who was selling jollof rice in the markets?
Thank you so much for sharing that. I hear a lot of you being curious and you going for what you wanted. Juliana, I'm coming back to you. I'm coming back to you because, like I said, your role being an executive chef is important. Yes. And I'm sure that there are young women who look up to you in your staff, for example. Yes. How do you lead them? How do you empower them to be future executive chefs like you tomorrow?
Okay, thank you very much. And as a female head chef, as a chef in the industry, sometimes we are going through a lot, I can say. But what normally I tell my young guests, I normally tell them just the only way that you can win or battle the game is upskilling yourself. Like you go to school, take your opportunities, have confidence, take risks. Sometimes like myself, I took a huge risk whereby I almost lost my marriage. I was married and I had 3 kids. Then it came an opportunity of going for the training, management training. Then I shared it with my husband, and I tell my husband, got this opportunity to go for training. And he told me, Juliana, you are going nowhere. You want to leave me. I said to him, no, I'm just going there to upgame the game, And then I left my kids behind. My last one was 1 year and 5 months, and I left. I went for 3 years training, management training. And when I came back, my boss told me, Juliana, you need to get out of the kitchen, go to front of the house, do something, whatever you want there. I went for the customer care and all those small trainings. Then I said yes. He gave me the contract of 1 year. Guess what? I was not happy. I wanted to be a chef. So I told her, GM, thanks very much for giving me opportunity of going for this training, but I am going to be a chef. Give me my jacket. So after that, everyone was looking at me like, how dare she? Why she even left the kids behind and go for training? What was happening? So some of the people came. Then I had one friend of mine. She used to be a front office. And then she came to me and told me, Juliana, I want to apply for this training. I said to her, please go for it. Supported her. She went, and guess what? She's now one of the managers in our headquarters. So, as a girl child, the only thing that you can do is having confidence, taking risks, and, do whatever people are not expecting you to do. Yes.
That's great. Thank you so much for sharing this. Because sometimes as women, we do have to make, I don't like that word per se, but sacrifice in a sense. Sure. And for you, I'm sure it wasn't easy, but, going for what we want, just like Tokumbo did, just like I'm sure Edna and Miriam also did, believing in yourself and just going for your dreams. Edna, I'm coming back to you with a question about, you also a book writer. You have a beautiful book. You want to show the audience your book? Thank you, Miriam. You can model the book. Thank you. Can we clap for the book and for Miriam? All right, so Edna wrote a beautiful book, and we want to talk about how media, food literature, and also social media help women in gastronomy, because I'm sure that journey alone wasn't easy. But for anybody out there that want to write a book, want to be out there, want to be a chef, like, what went right for you, and also what can you share as an insight to help another woman in that situation?
Thank you very much. My book is called Taste of Botswana. The book is, I call it a cultural journey through food. So it's showcasing the lifestyles of Botswana. In Botswana, we have 3 homes. We have a home that we call Morakeng, and Morakeng is where you keep your cattle. And we have Masimu, that's where you plow. And then you have your home in town. So the book tells the stories of these different lifestyles. And the idea of writing a book came to me when I was staying in Europe. I stayed in Europe for many, many years, in Sweden to be specific. And, when you are in Africa, in your country, in your comfort zone, everything around you, the food, the culture, it's part of you, so you really just take it for granted. And you will realize how much it means to you once you have stepped out of Africa. So when I was in Europe for all those years, I was longing home to Morakeng, to Masimu, and even just seeing another black person was just like Christmas Day for me. You would actually just feel like running and hug any black person you see because you miss home so much. And then it always came questions, who are you, where do you come from? I'm Edna, I come from Botswana, and I will be asked about culture, about food. In the beginning I loved my food and I enjoyed it, but I never gave it that much thought of a topic to talk about. But then I was forced to talk about it because I had different people from different countries who were curious about who I was, my culture and my food. And in the beginning it was difficult because, it was just like ugali and stew and mchicha. And I just felt like, well, there must be more because, as families, we have our favorite dishes that we cook again and again, even though there are a lot of other dishes that you could enjoy and explore. So I came back to Botswana 10 years ago and I started writing this book called Taste of Botswana. And it was a challenge in the beginning because people around me didn't really, why do you want to write about Murakeng and Massimo? And I think it's really important for all of us in our different African countries to document our traditions, be it food, be it music, be it dance, or whatever. Because in Botswana right now, this is actually the only book you can find that is really giving you a clear picture of what Botswana food is about. So this is my passion, and I really recommend chefs all over Africa, let's write and document our food. Because right now, I have documented the food that I grew up eating. I don't know what my grandmother grew up eating and what my mother grew up eating, because some of those recipes, maybe it's not a favorite recipe, so it will disappear because there is no one safeguarding it. So this book is a 2-time award winner at the Goman Book Awards. Thank you.
I like the way you say it, so humble. 2 times. You need to shout loud and clear. You need to be proud of yourself. All right, Miriam, I'm turning back to you. We talked a lot about where we come from, and the fact that the work that you're doing now was thanks to what women did before you. Now, let's talk about the future. What do you hope for the next generation of Moroccan chefs? 10, 20 years down the line, what do you hope for them?
It's quite simple. I think that they have to ensure legacy. What I've tried to do, based on what I was left with, that's what they should be aiming at. So continue, because the building ground has been set. It's always set. You can start from this or this or this, but there is a building ground. So just continue documentation, as you were saying, continue economic empowerment, continue policy advocacy, education. If there are no funds and you're a chef and you don't have money, then you have time. Give your time. Give your time to the next generation. Spend time with them. Mentor them. I'm hoping to see increased representation of women, obviously, not only in executive chef's position, but why not restaurant owners, more restaurant owners? You don't have to be a chef, but maybe a restaurant owner or a business owner. Equity and inclusion, fight for pay, safe workplace. You were talking about the balance, the work-life balance. It's brutal for us women. It doesn't have to be. I think it's due to this whole bro-brother culture and the fact that all the child care is put to us, and the burden is put to us in Africa in general, Northern Africa, Africa in general. And this is not fair. It should change to leave room to have a career. Continue with innovation, be visible, loud and proud, gain and own the recognition, and please, for the next generation, do not forget that everybody needs mentor, they need support, stronger networks and programs. Just do that, and I think that we're up for a very dynamic culinary future if we just ensure legacy. Just keep on pushing.
We're going to end with Tokumbo and talk about visibility of African cuisine internationally and how can we be there as well. I mean, I'm not a chef, but you get the point.
Yes, so social media has actually connected so many of us. I've been hearing about Zanzibar for the last 5 years. Zanzibar comes up on my For You page on TikTok almost every single day. And that's the power of social media. When I started London African Food Week, I got the idea for starting London African Food Week when I took a trip to Senegal, Dakar in 2016. And, as a Nigerian, I'm sorry to say, we have one of the best cuisines in the world, and I make no apologies for that. Thank you. But when I went to Senegal, I was blown away. I was having a conversation yesterday, and I was saying, the concept of yassa till today blows my mind, because it's just onions and mustard, but they've turned it into this amazing, incredible dish. And I remember saying to a friend when I came back to London from that trip, why did I have to go all the way to Senegal to eat Senegalese food? I should be able to find and eat Senegalese food in London. I was speaking to Chef Inti yesterday that I had braai for the first time last year, because I was able to invite a chef from who's originally from Zimbabwe and South Africa as to come be part of the London Africa Food Week, and they made braai. And I was like, this is amazing. We should be doing fusion. We should be having jollof and braai. That's the name of the restaurant we're going to open, jollof and braai. And so, having a platform, London African Food Weeks, allows us to celebrate the diversity of the food across the region. In London, for example, obviously there's a huge West African population, and so every time I'm doing the food week, I get all these West African chefs reaching out to me. I was struggling to find chefs from North Africa last year. Even this year, I was speaking to the Royal Maroc Airlines, and I was saying to them, could you introduce me to some chefs from Morocco, even if they're not based in London, so I can, incorporate North Africa cuisine into the London African Food Week. This is actually a call out to all the tourism boards. Like, you need to be partnering with entrepreneurs and creatives like myself, because we're already doing the groundwork for you. We're already making it easy for people to want to come to eat food in your countries. The first ever supper club that I did, I served pounded yam and efo riro and egusi, and you can go check out my social media page right now to, if you don't know what that is. And there's a picture of this white man. He's Italian originally, and he was eating that pounded yam with his hand he literally was devouring the meal. And so someone like that would now have, I want more of this. In the last 10 years since I started my food business, I've seen tremendous growth in awareness of jollof rice. I have a t-shirt that says, make jollof not war. And I went to work the other day, and an Asian lady was like, oh, jollof, I want jollof. I was like, oh, you know jollof? She's like, of course. And then the Chinese lady was like, yes, okay, I know egusi, I know jollof. And I was so happy, because 10 years ago, people were asking me, what's plantain? White people in England did not know plantain 10 years ago. So the fact that I now have, we're seeing music, Afrobeat as a movement is creating a legacy for people to want to be interested in Africa and African food. So for me, the main key factors that will push gastronomy tourism is us celebrating our food and being unapologetic. We do not have to plate pounded yam in the same way you would plate a food in a Michelin star restaurant. You just need to serve food that is authentic, that has flavor, and you tell the story. So as you can tell, I am very, very passionate about my culture. So even though I grew up in London, I was not eating British food. I was saying to Yasmin earlier, when I went to school, I was British. But when I came home, Omo Naijani me, don't get it twisted.
Okay, so we have 10 more minutes, and we'd like you to talk to us. Anybody has any question for us? We can take 2 or 3 depending on how long they are. Come on now, we don't want. Okay, thank you, Chef Gibbs. Another person. Okay, I see a second hand, and then the third one. Come on, be brave. Oh, thank you. All right. Thank you so much. So we're going to start with Chef Gibbs, and then move across the room.
Okay. Hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Chef Gibbs, Balabo Gibbs Adibaki. I'm from Nigeria. I'm a chef in Nigeria, convener of the Nigeria Food Summit, and I'm super excited to be here. It's such a privilege. Thank you, Tanzania. Thank you, the United Nations. So my question, anyone can answer my question. So my question is, how do we draw the line, or how do we get guided between empowering women and enforcing stereotypes? So we talked about how women are custodians of culture. They pass recipes. But you remember that there was a time where we tried to correct branding and not make it seem like cooking only belonged to women. So how do we navigate that? Thank you.
Who wants to take that question? I'm sure.
Okay, first of all, by listening to women, because we are living those experiences. Every single one of us here have had experiences of being chefs, being entrepreneurs, whilst also navigating motherhood. I, for example, had to stop my food business because I couldn't sustain the working hours and trying to raise my daughter. So it was just impossible. I'm a single mom, so I was not able to do, I didn't have the supportive husband who eventually turned around. I mean, like you said, your marriage could have ended simply because you wanted to pursue a dream. So I think it's really important that we have, our male counterparts who are allies and who understand that when a woman is asking for support, it's not because they're being lazy or they want softer condition. And actually, when Miriam is talking about toxic work environment, it benefits everybody, men and women, if we don't have toxic work environments. It benefits men and women if we have safe working environments. So everything that we are requesting as women are actually for the greater good of all mankind. It's like the saying, there was a study many years ago that found out that when you give women microfinance loans, not only do women build businesses, they pour the money back into the community and they empower the community. When you give men those loans,
We got the point. Moving on to the next question, please. And either Juliana, Miriam, or Edna will take that question, please.
So, good afternoon. My name is Chef Amake. I'm a chef instructor at Boma International Hospitality College in Nairobi, Kenya, and I'm glad to be here. Okay, so my question to my fellow women is, how did you cope with sexual harassment in the industry?
Ooh, that's a tough one. Who wants to take that one? Miriam, you look like you have something to say.
So, it's a very interesting question, by the way. But the thing is that what was before and what is now is extremely different. But it all depends on you, because you need to have a voice, you need to be loud and proud. There are laws, there are a lot of things protecting you, and a lot of times, because we want to be seen as equal, so we would rather, stay silent. For example, when I started, like in the kitchen, it was a Michelin star restaurant, French background, I won't say where. But the thing is that I was the only woman, and I didn't have a name for a year. I was called a little beep something, okay? So my name, Miriam, was never said. And I didn't say anything for a year. And then I realized that HR is there, that the owner is there, and I started talking. And when I talked, I got the support. And a lot of the times it's just about stepping forward, going towards the people that are responsible for your security, because you need to know that you're in a safe environment. So speak up, scream if you need to, and don't be afraid. Things change. It's 2025. We are protected much more than you think.
Thank you, Miriam. Thank you so much. And the last question, the gentleman in green. Edna or Juliana, you can't escape this one.
Good afternoon. My name is Reverend Edward Kwame Yankson, Senior Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Tourism and Cultural Affairs of Sierra Leone. My question is for Tukumbo.
Okay.
I'm very concerned about mentorship and knowledge transfer. I haven't listened to your story. What are you doing to transfer your entrepreneurship skills to young African women growing up, especially in the West, and to shape their lives and get them off the streets and off drugs and other unsocial behavior? And by the way, before you answer, we are hosting the 3rd Gastronomy Forum in Sierra Leone, and I'm inviting you. You have to be there. Thank you.
Okay, wow, that's a big question for me. So first of all, as has been said over the last 2 days, I share my story. I share my story at every opportunity that I get. I share my story on social media. So even when I started my business, one of the things I was talking to some of the chefs when we were having lunch today is actually a shame that there's no hashtag for this forum. So that's something that we will have to work together for next year. Because if you go on social media today and you check my hashtags, you can see my journey. You can see the post that I created. So that picture that Yasmin posted earlier on, that was my Conversations in Tokumbo's Kitchen series. And the reason I started that was I got tired of being in the kitchen. So I used to do supper clubs. And I remember somebody saying to me, you had, the director of 12 Years a Slave was a guest at one of my supper clubs. But you know what? I didn't get to meet him because I was in the back in the kitchen. So I said, okay, no, I want to be part of the conversations. I want to share my story. I want to empower young girls, young women. And so I started Conversations in Tokumbo's Kitchen. And what I did was exactly this. I invited a panel of amazing Black female entrepreneurs and chefs in London and African Caribbean who came together, who shared their stories. So I have, throughout my journey, I have always fiercely advocated for women, for young girls. As I mentioned, I'm also a social worker in my profession. So I'm also a mom of a young woman. So I mentor every single day. I adopt young sisters. When I met Yasmin, she was doing her master's, and I automatically adopted her as my younger sister. We supported each other. I supported her through her journey. As the first blogger of Cote d'Ivoire and the conveyor of Abidjan Restaurant Week. So for me, but it's not my burden alone. Especially because everything that I do, London African Food Week is a passion project. The first year I received a small sponsorship from a Nigerian ministry, but since then I have self-funded London African Food Week myself. At the beginning of the year, I said to my co-founder, I'm actually not sure if I want to go ahead with London African Food Week because I cannot afford to keep funding this initiative. But without London African Food Week, we don't get to create the space that allow at this point, I say I probably would have supported over a dozen female entrepreneurs to expand their business, to create employment for other young women. So whilst I'm doing my bits, I'll put the question back to you, sir. What are you doing to support women like myself, Juliana, Miriam, and Edna? Thank you. And also, I'll the body.
That's Tokumbo for you, and thank you so much because we're able to respect time, and I'm so beautifully grateful for this amazing set of women here. Give them again a round of applause. Thank you for having us. And now let's go and do the work. Okay. So this is the advertising part. This is Taste of Botswana. If anybody want to take a look at it, look through it, she has copy you can buy and support. Here's the book, and here's Edna.
Yasmin, thank you so much. Expertly moderated. Thank you so much. Fantastic. Thank you so much. And thank you for your questions from the audience. So, we are coming towards the end of the conference. I think it's been absolutely fantastic. That's from my personal point of view. But I do want to now bring onto the stage to basically give you her conclusions of how she thought the 2 days went and what were the lessons learnt and maybe tips for the future. I think this morning's session, when you were looking for buzzwords and suggestions, that informs an awful lot of what will happen next time. But anyway, let me please bring on, for one final time, Sandra Cabal, Director, Market Intelligence, Policies and Competitiveness at UN Tourism.
Thank you very much, Rajan, and thank you for the inspiring women that we just heard. As a woman, it's inspiring to see what is happening, and I think spaces like this hopefully help to move the agenda forward. So before we go for the official closing, which you surprise, will see me again. I just want to share a few thoughts. We try, whenever we gather together, to leave with some ideas. I'm sure you have a lot of them in your heads and trying to see how they fit at home. But we like to try and summarize. I don't say it's conclusions, but just some insights that we've picked up, some buzzwords, as was being mentioned by Rajan, to take home and reflect and guide us through also the continuation of this agenda. So what I'll do is I'll share a couple of them, of what we've heard during these days. I'm sure you have your own, but from our side, those were some of the things that stay and will take us forward in this work of tourism, gastronomy in Africa. So the first one is, and I think it came very strongly from this morning's session, that there's 4 priorities. First one, education and skills. So definitely something that needs to be put in the center of the agenda. Then the need or the importance of having a national strategy, not because we want another paper to be on the shelf, but because it should bring all the stakeholders together, have a common vision, create implementation plans, create responsibilities, and create objectives which need to be measured at the end. So this also came in our discussions, communication, obviously, and we just heard from the previous panel how new technologies can help us so much on that. And we do have hashtags, so we will circulate them. We show them in the beginning, so make note that you can still use them to share your thoughts backwards, and product development. So I think those were the 4 priorities that came out of this morning. And if we go a little bit deeper in terms of education and skills, the issue of revising the curricula, but also that this is a non-stop process, that it is important to be agile in curricula development because the market is changing, because it's important to bring external stakeholders to share their experience, partnerships with the private sector. We've heard from Zambia the experience that they're having in working together and creating those spaces of sharing and identifying the gap skills. Chefs networking came also as a great opportunity to transfer skills and learn more. The need to improve the infrastructures. The colleague from Kenya was rightfully saying that culinary schools and equipment are expensive, obviously, and that takes us to the last point, which is how can we find new funding mechanisms? Because we also know that the governments have limitations and many priorities and many challenges. So how can maybe public and private sector also finance training schools? At the end of the day, if you're doing training, it will be the private sector that will also employ and benefit from that training. So in terms of national strategies, the importance of having political leadership, someone needs to take the helm because it's very easy, we don't coordinate. And often it's no one's fault, it's just because we all run from one project to another, but it is necessary to have someone, in this case, ideally the Ministry of Tourism, taking the realm and saying, I want to do this with the different partners. Coordination, obviously, will follow. And then it came also interestingly, how do we monitor implementation, not just having it, but having the checkup all the time, where we are, what we're missing, and what went wrong, because we all know with our projects that there's many things that don't go as we want, so also to know the risks and identify where they are at the start. Then we talked about communication. I think this is something that comes very strongly and links with skills as well. We were talking about soft skills and the importance of having skills development in gastronomy, culinary art, and gastronomy tourism. Storytelling, the issue of language barriers, which I think it's very interesting that we brought this morning, new technologies, and the higher profile that festivals, like the one that is held, for example, in the UK, in London, that can actually bring attention of people to the gastronomy of the different African destinations. So festivals and events are also becoming more and more popular, either in the destination or outside. So also from those who work in tourist boards, make sure that whenever you go outside, there's pictures of food, that you take a chef with you, because you're the ambassadors of your destination, and the more those elements are embedded in your communication, that will become part of it. So next to the images of the destination, make sure that more and more nice images of gastronomy can be there. Next. So product development, we discussed about the creation of routes with local products. Actually, it was one of the action plans of the Vice President himself. And I think this is something that, particularly in Africa, with well-known products such as coffee, have a huge potential. How do you create knowledge to build these routes, and the creativity, the funding, naturally, and the infrastructure? In terms of continuing to go the path of product development, we also talked about the creation of knowledge and the sharing, the importance of document the products, the know-how, and the traditional recipes. This came very strongly last year and this year as well, so it's good to see. And how can we, as the Vice President said, invest in more cookbooks and recipe books? So how do we bring that out? We also talked about the importance of positioning gastronomy identity. We saw the example of Arusha, how actually that can change the perception of a country, of its gastronomy, the fact that you position it as an intangible heritage under UNESCO. There's very big opportunities to work more with intellectual property, as we also see the denominations of origin are a first step. So I think this is something we here in Africa would like to work more as well. The colleagues in the World Intellectual Property Organization as well are working with us. We have a guidebook on how to use tourism and intellectual property. So I think this is also one agenda point that we can take further. And then obviously collaboration among the different stakeholders. So without forgetting, it was the colleague from Kenya that also mentioned that at the development of the product, and also as we advance in product development, that safety and hygiene is always a key element next. And then, obviously, the big word that should translate in all the actions that we do, sustainability, in this case, environmental but also social, when we talk about communities and benefits being shared. Improved nutrition, I think this was something that we've mentioned not enough, but that needs to be interlinked strongly. Address the resource scarcity, obviously. Water, we talked about that, and other products, and how can we bring new products, which are traditional products, which can help us address the scarcity of some resources. Food waste reduction, our roadmap is there in different language to be used, and also the importance of having sustainable agriculture. As someone rightfully said yesterday, if there's no sustainable agriculture, there will not be any gastronomy or gastronomy tourism. So this is the bottom line. And finally, to our panel that just finished, community and women empowerment. I think a lot of ideas came out, mentorship, the importance of financial support, because independence comes often with being able to be financially independent, and to really tailor-made programs which are woman-targeted. I think this is very important. It's not just about thinking that it happens by just supporting with, obviously visibility is important, but everything, but we really need to put targeted policies in targeted programs, otherwise it won't happen. And finally, just a thought, I think everyone in their own homes has the same feeling. We're the first ones who are able and most capable of promoting our own food and be our best ambassadors. So even in our Instagrams, sharing with our friends, now probably when everyone travels, they follow someone who goes somewhere and share the food, show it, explain it, put the name so that it can go out more and more. So with that, I will close my key insights. Thank you so much, Asante, and it has been a pleasure to learn from you and all our magnificent speakers. Thank you.
Yes. Am I on? Hello? 1, 2. Hello? Something about Sandra. What did you do? One, two. God, thank God it started now. I may need a microphone. Yeah, exactly. Pardon? You can't hear me, but they got... What was that? Oh, it's me. Now it feels like there's a gap between me and the voice. Never mind. We've got to the end of this session. That is not the last time you will see Sandra, so you'll be very happy to hear that. She'll be back in just a second. But before we get there, I would love, and I would so pleased to welcome on stage the Deputy Permanent Secretary for Tourism, Ministry of Natural Resources and Tourism for the Republic of Tanzania, Mr. Nkoba Mabula. Please welcome.
honorable ministers here present, Your Excellencies, ambassadors and high commissioners present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. It is quite interesting that you have responded in that loud voice. So you are actually becoming Tanzanians as well. It is my honor and sincere pleasure to stand before you on behalf of the United Republic of Tanzania as we draw the curtain on what has been an inspiring, insightful, flavorful journey. Allow me to express my deepest gratitude to each and every one of you for your presence, your passion, your invaluable contributions over these 2 remarkable days. Ladies and gentlemen, this second edition of the UN Tourism Regional Forum on Gastronomy for Africa has been just a celebration of our continent's diverse cuisine. It has reaffirmed a powerful truth. Gastronomy is more than food. It is our identity, it is our heritage, our creativity, and a gateway for economic empowerment. All of this is infused into a very dish, every story, and every shared experience. From the vibrant opening of the ceremony to the engaging panel discussions that we have seen, the live cooking and showcases, and the enriching session in policy, education, innovation, and women's leadership, we have witnessed how gastronomy can connect people, empower communities, and transform destinations. I believe words like nyama choma, chips mayai or chips zege, and the ugali, and in the last discussion I had some of the discussants mention mchicha, will now hold a special place in your hearts and maybe even in your next meal. Ladies and gentlemen, we have heard from chefs who are both guardians of traditions and pioneers of innovation. We have seen how government leaders, private sectors, actors, educators, and entrepreneurship can come together to build a sustainable ecosystem rooted in authenticity, inclusion, and shared prosperity. Together we have explored strategies and reduced food waste, strengthen culinary education, and elevate Africa's gastronomic identity on the global tourism map. To our incredible speakers, moderators, and chefs from across the world, thank you for your ideas, your creativity, and your bold visions have challenged us to think differently and act courageously. Ladies and gentlemen, let it be known, this is not the end, but the continuation of a chapter in Africa's gastronomy journey. Let us carry the spirit of this forum forward into our kitchens, our classrooms, our communities, our national policies. Let us forge stronger collaborations, invest in innovations, and nurture talents, especially among our youth, who are the future stewards of Africa's gastronomic legacy. Ladies and gentlemen, as we bring this event to a close, I warmly invite all of you to this evening's gala dinner at the Fun Retreat venue. I look forward to celebrate with you as you continue to enjoy the rich flavors of African cuisine and the vibrant rhythm of our music and culture. Once again, thank you very much to every one of you who has made this forum a success, without mentioning the Office of the UN Tourism, under the leadership of the Secretary General, without forgetting Sandra, Alicia and his team for the valuable contributions, as well as the Basque Culinary Center for their valuable contributions from the day one we start the preparation of hosting this event to this day where we are coming to an end. Without having said so, in our 2 days discussions, I think we also heard that there will be an event in DRC whereby it will be a music festival. So today at the Fun Retreat Gala Dinner, you do a rehearsal of what you're going to see in DRC. I thank you very much and I welcome you again to Tanzania. Merci beaucoup. Asante sana. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania.
Thank you very much for such kind words. I will be very brief on behalf of our Secretary General, Mr. Zurapolo Lukashvili. What I can say is now discovering the unforgettable Tanzania. So there's a very good reason for him not to be here. But I wanted to share on his behalf our deep and heartfelt appreciation to the government of the United Republic of Tanzania for the vision and the leadership to hosting us today here. It takes really, as I said, political will to put this issue in the agenda. We thank you for that. We thank you for the amazing hosting. As you said, a lot of us will go with new dish names in our heads and probably in our next meals as well. I also want to thank Her Excellency the Minister for the great support, Permanent Secretary, yourself, Deputy Secretary, Permanent Secretary, and all the team behind. We all know that much work and many hours are put into organizing such a magnificent forum, so thank you from our heart for that support. I want to also thank the presence of the Vice Prime Minister, President, because I heard from him one of the best speeches I've ever heard on gastronomy tourism. So, well done. He gave us a real agenda to work on, so we thank you for that as well. It's been a pleasure for all of us, and I trust that I speak on behalf of the more than 200 international participants that are gathering here from more than 30 countries to discover this part of Tanzania for the first or the 10th time. We've discovered how Asian, Arabic, African, and tribal influences come together in this amazing food, and how the potential it has to really be a strong tourism product. I also want to highlight that as we are streaming, yesterday we had more than 650 people already watching the first day. So it's not just what's happening here, it's the possibility of spreading this knowledge that stays and can be shared all the way. As it was said, this is more than about food. This is about people, this is about our culture, it's about sharing, and it's really about the well-being of communities. I think this is the most important, that whatever we can do, people can have a better life and can have a better future. We're very happy that we're going to go to Sierra Leone next year, so put it in your agendas. As it was said, this is a step in our conversation. It is part of our agenda for Africa, and I want to take the opportunity to also recognize our regional director for Africa, who's accompanying our Secretary General, Mrs. Elsia Gancourt, the team there, Aldo and Maria, for the support and to make this possible. And obviously, I could not end without thanking my team in the back, Chloe, Flor, and the people back home, the interpreters, because they're hidden behind us, but they've been doing a great job, and also our MC. Thank you, Mr. Rajendatar, for guiding us through these 2 days. Also, Mr. Taji, who was with us in the opening. And finally, no more from my side, except Asante Sana from my heart.
Thank you, Sandra. Okay, so just a few parish notices to deliver to you before you leave. I've been asked, can you remind delegates to register their name at the registration table before they leave the forum today? This is important for logistics purposes regarding tomorrow's excursion. Tomorrow's program looks absolutely amazing. I'm really sorry I'm not going to be here, but we'll do it another time, I hope. But for those of you who are going to the national park, to go to Serengeti and Dogo, you're walking through the waterfall, the lakes, I wish I was here tomorrow. Anyway, the other thing is, if anyone who filled in their flight information for their departure has changed their flights, please go to the front desk and tell them. If they have the information to us via email or they've filled it in during the registration process, that's fine, don't worry. The buses back to your hotels, you should be used to this by now, will be outside. And the dinner starts at 7:30 at the Fun Retreat Resort. I presume again the buses will be there from 7 o'clock-ish onwards at each of your hotels. Just finally, I would like to express my personal thanks to you, the audience, and to the Tourism Ministry of Tanzania for the wonderful opportunity to visit here for the first time. As I say, I do leave here early tomorrow morning, but I get the feeling I will see at least some of you again. Thank you very much indeed. Take care.